climb high in the garbage pail sky, like a giant dildo crushing the sun. That's why pay no mind. It just got signed. The seals climb. All right, who else do I? I let them know. I let them know. I let not math know. I let my Discord know. And then I guess I let the Twitch writing Discord know. God, they're way far down on my list. Boom. So those individuals get to find out that this is going on. And you know, it's like 4 a.m. on a Sunday morning, so not too many people gonna be awake for this. But just the same. All right, so yeah, there's some crazy fucking parties and so forth going on last night here. Woke up in the middle of the night to just hear the. Actually, it's like a reggaeton beat, so it'd be like. No, that's not reggaeton. But anyhow, it was just going on and on and on until the early morning. And I like went to bed at like 6 p.m. and woke up at like 10 p.m. And for an hour, I was just like kind of sitting there thinking about various shit that I could hurl over like a row of brownstones to just hit these guys with their bass going all out. I didn't actually do it, but it was fun to think about right there. And my chain of thought progressed from, I think initially, I was like, what if I threw a big like pint of red paint over there? And then I was like, that's probably like a little much. And then I was like, well, what if I had a water balloon that was full of vegetable oil? And I started working on that idea for a little bit. And it seemed pretty, and I was up to the point where I was like, yeah, I'd use like one of my big syringes to fill up the balloon and it'd get fucking everywhere. Like, it'd be impossible to clean up. And then I was like, I don't have any balloons. Am I going to go out and buy like a bunch of water balloons at a bodega at like the middle of the morning or whatever? And so from there, I traveled on to, I was just like, why don't I just throw a bunch of eggs? You know, that's a classic one there. I think I went to tomatoes before there. And I actually have like a dozen eggs that are about to go bad. So I was like, So that was really appealing to me for a little bit there. But I did not get on my roof and hurl a dozen eggs into this party that was going on, which is a shame, really, because it would have been exciting. But, there's some always potential ramifications when you hurl a dozen eggs somewhere. So probably for the best I didn't do it. But my heart feels a little regret. As I looked into it this morning, I was like, there's a big tree in the way. I couldn't have really nailed them the way that I wanted to. The other part of it, too, would be you would have like this huge desire to stick around for too long and see what had happened. I remember when my friend Obsenator used to get into trouble. He was like, yeah, that's the thing. Like, you get in this trouble and you really want to watch, but if you don't want to get caught, you can't stick behind and watch, right? It has to like occur in your mind, the trouble that you want to cause there. So I had a little fun thinking about him, but in general. So the big news is that I believe I have something like a quorum for a D&D session that we're going to start running on Monday nights, assuming that we can get everybody to agree scheduling-wise and so forth. It'll probably be an 8-episode campaign. I'll probably set it up with some kind of. I got a few ideas for the inciting incident and so forth, but I'm going to set it up with some time pressure so that if you don't resolve the main problem in this character arc within that 8 sessions, then everybody just dies. So that's really, it's kind of lazy on my part to do the writing that way, but indeed, that is how I shall do the writing. All right, hold on. Am I actually not live on the dashboard? Let me see here. Am I just talking to nobody? Oh no, I'm absolutely live. But yeah, I have a few ideas that I want to work into that there. The nice thing is, if you have like a really good campaign, you just change it up a little bit and then turn it into a novel. All right, so back to RAPAXORIS. So if you haven't seen this before, this is an epic dungeon crawler. It's long. It's about 700 pages long. So since we're on 12 days, we're just under 3 pages a day in terms of our editing, which is low. It's very low. We really want to be closer to 10 pages a day. There's a lot of rewriting. However, for now, what do we got right here? So this is RAPAXORIS, page 34 of 697. It'll probably expand rather than contract as we work on it here. But yeah, I've never seen this before. This is what I do early in the morning. I work through this. I put like 2 or 3 hours into it, and every day I chop a little bit more about this, and it becomes a little bit better. And then we'll have it edited. Other books that I have in the works, I got Zeros coming out this October 1st. It's like a full, it's like a classic length science fiction novel. Nowadays, people try to hit about 300 pages and like break it up into like 4 or 5 different books and so forth. This is like about the length of Fahrenheit 451 or Animal Farm or something like that. Well, probably not as good as those, but so that's coming out in October. And then I thought a little bit yesterday about whether or not I want to. The last book that we edited that was really solid before Zeros was Lemon Maybe and the Electric Lady. And the more I'm thinking about it, the more I would just love to see that one in print, especially now that they have such amazing hardcovers. I'll probably start trying to work with a comic artist to do some work on that, really and truly. It's a great story, and I'm just so tired of pitching things to agents and so forth. It's not fun, and I don't expect to have commercial success either. So it's way more fun when I get to do it all myself. Like I loved the process of putting these two together. Like one, Space Stars, you can't get that published. There's no fucking way. You'd have to give it a different title, and it couldn't be retarded. Not fun. And then this guy, it was just so much fun to pull it all apart and take all the everything that's in this book is that way because I made it that way. Absolutely, every mistake in there is my fault. Just every design decision in the book, from cover to cover, was just like I looked at it and I was like, I want to have that particular way, and there's nobody to blame for any of it. Like a lot of places where I didn't agree with the proofreader, so I was just like, that's not how comics work. I have total accountability for everything inside of it. So if it's a good book, it's all me and the editor and the proofreader and the people on the stream who watched it. It's our thing, and there's no like big publishing or whatever like waded in and was like, you really need to have that creepy scene in there, or isn't this a little fascistic or whatever? No, none of that shit. Like, how come you don't have a identifiable female character? I don't have to do any of that. It can just be really like an old school. It's like a fucking throwback to the way things used to be in the early 70s, when you can get away with much more shit. I mean, that's the shining thing. Like, you don't get anywhere near as much money, but the ability to do whatever you want, the way that you want, it's amazing. And what I want to do now is work on chapter 1.6. So what happened in the story thus far? We met Fish, and really, I should be working on a synopsis as we're going along. But again, this is another one where I'm probably going to publish it myself, so I don't need to do a fucking synopsis for this whole thing, because I don't have to sell it to an agent. Like I already have what's summarized. We may get into that if I start working hard on the structure. So early, we meet Rebel V. Remus, who's one of the characters in this chapter, and Fish. We meet El Shalah. There's a tryst between... Actually, hold on. Let me make sure that tryst means what I think it does. Trystophobia, a private romantic rendezvous between lovers. That's exactly the right word that I wanted right there. Hold on, let me get rid of this idiot. He's so stupid. I just have a pernicious imbecile that I've been vying with for a little bit. So they get into a tryst. And after that tryst, a thief breaks in. That's our boy Rigel. So Rigel breaks into the whole deal, steals this magic orb, and for his trouble, he gets a fencing dagger thrown through his arm. So a fencing dagger, if you've never seen one, it's like, they have like a, oh, I don't know if you can see this at all. The blade of a fencing dagger is about this long right here, and they're very narrow. And usually they have like a pommel, like a hand guard and so forth. So it's really like somebody threw a fucking toothpick through his shoulder. So he runs halfway across town with his dagger lodged in his shoulder in the pouring rain, bleeding out. Not bleeding out, but bleeding and in pain. And finally he trips and falls, and the thing knocks out of his shoulder. He staggers back to the inn, clutching this stolen dagger with the magic ball, and has to beg for medical treatment, and he receives it. Then afterward, in this last chapter, what we have is Rigel is staying up late at night, the night before he's gone to his mother and sister and told them, hey, I stole this magic orb. The pimp canceled the debt. We're all free to go. And his mother and sister look at him, and they're like, there's nowhere for us to go. We're whores now. Anywhere we go, nobody's going to want us around. They're all going to laugh at us. We might as well stick here and make the money and not have to work on a fucking farm. And he's crushed by this revelation. And so he's sitting up late at night with his stolen dagger, and being like, well, what if I just went and killed that pimp? And then Fish comes leering down the stairs and announces, like, hey, what you were dreaming about doing, I already did it. And he goes up and sees that the pimp has been brutally murdered by Fish. And he realizes that the whole scene was set up by Fish, who wanted him to steal the magic orb because he says that it will open a mountain full of treasure. And he wants the boy to go with him. And Rigel realizes that if he stays behind, he will catch the blame for the vicious murder of Herkimer Half-King. And so indeed, he just opts to go with Fish. They really have a strong choice at this point. So then we get to chapter 1.6, which is where we're here. And 1.6 is basically El Shalah and Rebel Remus being like, hey, we lost this magic orb while we were busy fucking, and we're going to get in terrible trouble if the wizard comes back and finds this magic orb missing. Epic fantasy. It sounds so stupid and childish, but there it is. Yeah, hold on, let me deal with this idiot. No, I don't care about that guy. We wait for the thief to do something stupid with it. All right, so I got to go back to chapter 1.4 and just make sure that I didn't change that language, right? So there was this chapter back here where they're like caught in the rain and getting all muddy and everything. And all right, yeah. So we do need to change that language. Let me see. All right, so what we took out. So this is a throwback to El Shalah. They just finally they were searching for Rigel the thief in the rain, and just finally they just gave up. It was just pissing down rain. They were getting nowhere. They got lost, and just finally she's just like, let's just go back, draw me a bath, suck my toes, and all right, hold on. Let's see. 441st conspiracy music. I'm pretty sure that 444 hertz is it is A like 441? Uh, no wait, C frequency. Yeah, it's not 440 hertz exactly. Um, A440. Yeah, it's 440. Uh-huh. Hold on, let me see what the fuck this is. You just had enough. The great 440 hertz experiment and while LR. So this is globalnews.ca, and like the first sentence I see in this, if you look down the right path, it becomes clear that governments and various security apparatuses have used music to control us using music. Come the fuck on. What are they doing? They need one of these editing streams. All right, so yeah, just in 1940, we decided that piano A was going to be 440 hertz instead of whatever. But it doesn't fucking matter because you can tune a piano to whatever you want. All right, this is garbage. Fucking hogwash. We wait for the thief to do something stupid. It had sounded so decisive then. We wait for the thief to do something stupid. It sounded so decisive that night, with the rain hammering them down and it sounded so decisive that night, with the rain hammering them down and the muck doing its best to pull them under. Hmm. Yeah, I don't like the muck doing its best. It sounded so decisive that night, with the rain hammering them down and the muck about to pull them under. Thieves were fools. Thieves were fools. They bragged, they gambled. They knew not the value of what they took, and they fenced treasures away for trifles. Yeah, so we can just cut. I just cut a lot of this horseshit out, really. Thieves were fools. They bragged, they gambled, and fenced treasures away for trifles. What tenses had said? I really want to know. I think it's past tense. What's past perfect? Okay, had said is past perfect, and then said is simple past. Yeah, yeah, yeah. In general, one thing that I'm finding when I work with editors is they almost always take like past perfect and they break it down into simple past. Um, in general, there's less words to read for the most part, and in the reader's mind, past perfect is good for specifying like an exact time frame where something happens, but frequently you just don't need to be that exact for the story to get carried along. Um, so unless there's like a sequence of events where it's entirely necessary that you understand exactly at what point events occur, in general, like I'm doing this, where simple past is the way that I go because I'm a simple man doing the best that I can. But he hadn't. It had been 2 nights since the thief broke into Arras' bedchamber and stole the gate orb. Look. It had been 2 nights since the thief broke into Arras' bedchamber and stole the gate orb. The hunters, El Shala. All right, hold on. Let me find some tissues. This is ridiculous. Oh, that dog. He's so sleepy. Oh, 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 adorable. All right. Let me see there. Yeah, the first genetic engineering I want to do on myself is to eliminate all nasal congestion permanently. Let me see there. It had been 2 nights since the thief broke into a Rath's bedchamber and stole the gate orb. It had been 2 nights since the robbery. It had been 2 nights since the robbery. The hunters El Shalah paid to scour Tinkerton, for the thief had found nothing. The trail was cold. A proper young lady would have called. Mm-hmm. What do we got here? Lone survivor, and I'm back. Yeah, yeah, back once again. It's the Renegade Master, D4 damager, doing damage with ill behavior. Yeah, I spent a solid month in a brutal edit of the last book that we did there. Oh my god, it was just pulling teeth and shitting blood and every other kind of negative image that you can have. But we did a good job. Speaking of which, I need to check with that editor because he didn't reply back when I messaged him. I was just like, "Here you go," and he's just like, "I'm sure," which is the proper response. But yeah, so we're back on this and working on this fantasy novel, which is like much easier than a depressing ass novel about trying to kill yourself. This is more about trying to get into a dungeon and score some treasure, which is much more up my alley. A proper young lady would call Tinkerton the lively quarter of Laz, and roll her eyes in disapproval. Soccerers. God damn, look at this line. So this is definitely something that an editor would be like, no, you can't do that. A proper young lady would call Tinkerton the lively quarter of Laz, and roll her eyes in disapproval. She would never get within 5 blocks of the slum. Yeah, wait, let's check it out. A proper young lady would call Tinkerton the lively quarter of Laz, and roll her eyes in disapproval. The sorcerer's daughter could call the slum what it was, the city's bloody asshole, where everyone fucked everyone else over, and the only relief from being buggered was buggering someone else. So this is a colon right here. What a line. What a fucking line. So I just do edits or do I write also? Anything that you see me working on here is something that I've written. So yeah, Rapaxorus will probably be my seventh or eighth published novel. Um, my sixth, this guy right here, is coming out October 1st. Woo! It's baller. Um, so yeah, it's pretty hardcore. So I write all of this. Yeah, I wouldn't ever do this for somebody else's work. One, I'm not a great editor, although I've improved tremendously in the last 2 years of doing online editing. And two, other people's stories, they just don't do it for me in the same way. Um, uh oh, editing, fucking foul here. Probably the police coming to arrest me for that buggering everybody else line. Jesus, that's intense. The city's bloody asshole. The sorcerer's daughter could call the slum what it was, the city's bloody asshole. Tinkerton was where everyone fucked everyone else over, and the only relief from being buggered was buggering someone else. God, this gets so intense right there. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh shit, edible rose. I believe that. Have you traipsed onto one of these streams before? I remember the nickname slightly. Yes. Good morning. We're on chapter 1.6 out of like 100 and something, and we're at 34 of 697 pages. So this will be going on for a while. I think it's going to take about 150 days to finish this edit, but it's going pretty well. We get a this chapter is like a little edgelordy. I think I wrote this about 5 or 6 years ago. So where you could just say a phrase like this one, and just be like, "Oh, that's so cool, dude." Um, but now that I'm older, I'm less impressed with like grimdark type nonsense, and I want this to actually track. Um, mm-hmm. So, what are some things that a powerful archmage would do in a slum just to help people out? So, yeah, this is like a little. This chapter is like a little telly. I don't like how we contrast El Shala with like a proper young lady, which is kind of and then Arath is doing the same thing. Like it's just it's not effective to just tell the reader like most fathers would never do. Like, and it's not. I'm certainly not the first to commit this sin, but I would like to fix that a little bit, especially when we've gone like into the city's bloody asshole. Um, yeah, let's just take that out. Yeah. Okay, so here, um, this character's name is Arath the Unraveler. So in this is the first description of him here, and I just want to change this up so that like a lot of his description, you can kind of picture it as him like pulling apart a scarf, when indeed it is the wept and warp of magic. Uh, So we want something like stumbled after her father, but just and again, still kind of like on this too edgy for me kick here. And we went pretty deep on how Tinkerton was a bad place in the Rigel chapter. So as we're working through this, I'll think a little bit about because it's like a piano. We don't want to hit the same note too many times. You know what I'm saying? Do you? It's super funny, and it's more funny in the description probably than the execution. But the voice guy from Archer put out a jazz album called "I Really Should Have," and then in parentheses, "Learn to Play the Piano," where he set up a session with a bunch of like jazz musicians, and he like played the piano with them, but he'd never played the piano before. So like at one point, he just keeps hitting, I think like an E note or an E flat or something like that. I hope there is an E flat, and I'm not just being an idiot. So he keeps hitting E flat, and one of the musicians turns to him and is like, "Man, you can't do that." Oh, gorgeous! Such a funny fucking thing to do. But of course, the end product was like totally unlistenable and terrible. But it really is. I love the audacity of that idea. But anyhow, we too do not want to hit the same note over and over and over again. Arath the Unraveler could stride the warped planks of the docks without fear. Mm-hmm. 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 I'm glad I could get some pockmarked horrors lifting their shirts. Her first memories were of Tinkerton, gawking at sailors pissing off piers. Uh, mhm, mhm, mhm. Mhm, mhm, mhm. All right, so what do we do with this paragraph? A raft the unraveler could stride the warped planks of the docks without fear. El Shalah had been tottering after him since she learned to walk. Her first memories were of Tinkerton, gawking at sailors pissing off piers, gasping at rat packs fighting over disemboweled cats, and grimacing at the pocked whores who lifted their skirts at any pet. So I think grimacing is wrong. Um, hmm Okay, so um, changing up those words there because essentially, like, I want to capture this sense of desensitization there. Like she's not like gawking; she's just like giggling at dudes pissing off of a pier, and being like, and a gasp is like not. It doesn't always convey a negative, and then gawking is like grimacing is like, ooh, a pockmarked vagina. Ugh. But just with like a little twist in our verbiage there, we change it to an entirely different character where she's interested with these changes in what's going on right there, and I really want this character to come across more as she has seen some shit and is not especially impressed because she grew up following around a wizard while he was slaying motherfuckers. So I like where that's going. So El Shalah watched as her wrath burned the wooden fortress of the Josequin clan to cinders. With all of them trapped within. El Shalah watched as her wrath burned the wooden fortress of the Josequin clan to cinders, with all of them trapped within. She saw him draw the demon from Rallo the Book's son and cast the squirming mass back into the void. At age 8, I actually like this. It's a little bit hokey, to tell you the truth. This is kind of the chapter is pretty ham-fisted, if we're being honest with each other. But I kind of like how hokey all this is. I'm really enjoying it. So if you're not, I'm sorry. God, still some Italian guy that keeps like doing a list in the channel. I don't know what's going on with that, but I digress. It's a good Sunday morning right here. When she was 7 years old, El Shalah watched Arath burn the wooden fortress of the Josequin clan to cinders, with all of them trapped within. When she was 9, he drew a demon from Rallo the Book's tortured son, banishing the squirming mass back into the void. She was 11 when Yoel Syndergren tried to assassinate Arath. The fire-breathing Magus was a legend in Earth-Worth. Arath turned Yoan's flesh into glass with one word, and shattered him into 1,000 shards with another. When El Shalah cried afterward, it was not from fear, but because Arath would not teach her those words. Mm, 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 mm. There were benefits to being an archmage's daughter. El Shala could sidestep the pitfalls that. There were benefits to being an archmage's daughter. Fame let El Shala sidestep many of the pitfalls that swallowed outsiders in Tinkerton. She could purchase information with some expectation of truth. She could intimidate with the understanding that her threats were genuine. Don't mind me. I'm busy edging to the dulcet tones over here. Well, thank you. Yeah, I'm glad that anybody can attain orgasm or get close to it in these trying times. There were benefits to being an archmage's daughter. Fame let El Shala sidestep many of the pitfalls that swallowed outsiders in Tinkerton. No one would dare ambush her or sell her bad information. Mm-hmm. I don't like only a great fool. There are many benefits. There were benefits to being an archmage's daughter. Fame let El Shala sidestep many of the pitfalls that swallowed outsiders in Tinkertons. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't like that. Mm-hmm. Do I seek collaboration when I broadcast and edit like this, or it is a viewing of the creative process? Um, so to specify, it's primarily an editing stream. Like what we're doing here is a essentially like a line edit of a created work, completed work. So by the time that I do one of these edits, I'm already in a rough draft. So I'll absolutely consider structural changes or character changes and so forth. But for the most part, what these editing streams have been is just people being like, you missed a comma here, or I'm not really feeling this description and so forth. Um, what I do keep is a leaderboard right here. Everybody who submits an edit, you can see this right here. So this is RAPAXORIS. Everybody who submits an edit, I keep track of how many edits that they have. And we keep like this little leaderboard right here. And then here's one of my completed books. It's going to come out in October. At the very beginning of this book, you can see, well, maybe you can see this here, but I've got special thanks to all the people who participated in the last live stream edit. And the person with the most edits was Logic, with 122 accepted edits of the book Zeros. And so whoever has the most edits is our edit ace. We send a special gift to them IRL. They get a free copy of the book, usually like a T-shirt, a coveted edit. Hold on, let me see if I can find this hat real quick. Mm-hmm. Yes. Oh. You could win this coveted Edit Ace hat right here, which I'm going to take off in a second because I don't need a. But only 3 people on God's gay earth have one of these hats. So you win the coveted hat, and you get your name in the book, and whoever has the most edits gets to put a line. And this is a new thing that we're doing here, but they get to put a line next to their name right here. So Logic's was pretty cool. He says, "I warn you to kill those you have defeated," which was an inscription on the grave of a Roman soldier. He's really into that cool thing. And this was like a military science fiction book, so it was very appropriate. Anyhow, yeah, this is, yeah, I'm not fucking around here. I have 5 books in print, and everything that you see me editing here will get printed. And it will be amazing, because I'm a G. But really, it's just I do this every day, and I don't stop, and I work continuously until the book is published. And you see we're at like 36 of whatever pages right here. We'll get through all 700 of these. We'll do this every single day until the book is finished, and it's amazing. And if you want to be a writer, and you want to like complete novels and so forth, that's really what you need, is just the drive where you continuously do something and don't ever give up. And don't like listen to like the voice in you, it's not good, or like I'll take a day off or whatever. You just have to crush that weakness. And like for anybody who is struggling to like finish their first novel or even get started on the whole thing, I've written like a 10-page guide to how to actually finish a novel, because I've done it so many times at this point. But yeah, I don't fuck around. Yeah, this cover is fucking amazing, by the way. Shout outs to, it's a real photo of the sun taken by some astrophotographer on Reddit. And the spaceship was like this 3D model that a Ukrainian guy made. Both these guys got paid for their shit, by the way. Like I shelled out money to both of them. And I'm so happy with that cover. You can see it, if you go to the website above, one of the things on there is Zeros. And you can see like the glorious image of Zero. Hold on. Let me just I'm feeling myself. By the way, I hate these cookie things. All right, so let's go to my dumb site here. Oh, look. Look at this imbecile. But here you can see. Oh, do I not have? I do have the full cover on this guy right there. This is so dope right there. A little wordy on our back cover, but if you get bored and just want some idiot rattling on and on and on, the entire edit of this was live streamed, so you can see the editing process for that entire book. I think it took us like 50 or 60 days. No, maybe that one was short. Maybe that was only like 30 or I want to say it was like 45 days of editing to get that one done. But the entire process, you can see like all the things that people edited and all the changes that I made. And I think at some point, I might have even live streamed like the changes, the review of the edited draft, which is super valuable. For one of my books that I did, Gravid, and I won't do this again because nobody gave a shit. But I actually would post a differential edit every day. I would post this site where side by side you could see the start of the manuscript and then the changes that I made to it, where you could just visually scroll through both copies of the manuscript. And to me, that was really neat. I thought it was super cool. I used a website that like put the changes side by side, so I could see how much had changed and how much had improved. And when that manuscript comes out, I'll probably do like the differential edit. You could see the rough draft, how shaky it was, and how much it improved in our first edit there. And then we've done essentially like another rewrite on that guy, and because it's a very difficult book to publish. And so we've done like a rewrite and like a gutting, and it's going through a professional editor, so you can see like the 3 different stages of rough draft, first edit, first professional edit, and then maybe like with proofreading and everything in there. Because that one I'll probably have to publish myself, honestly. Like I don't see I do not see a publisher taking a swing at an 800-page book about the intersection of grief and telepathy. But I digress. All right. Yet after 2 days of scouring the slum, the docks, she had nothing. No clues and no sense. No clues. No sense the men she interrogated were holding back. So George Washington says, I'm getting a full car license forged legally by some dude I'm paying. They locked down my state and I have to wait until the start of next year. Why even, why do you, I gotta tell you, like I have been involved in all kinds of different forgery previously. And in every single instance where I forged something, I used to make fake IDs, I used to counterfeit money. Statute of limitations on all that shit is long past, by the way. This is 20 years ago. I hope. Anyhow, I used to do all that shit, and I will tell you that, like, all the effort that I put into forgery, it was just a waste of time. Like, it would have been so much easier to just go about it the legitimate way. Like, instead of, like, making a fake ID to get into clubs and so forth, if I had just spent time befriending people, I would have gotten all the vagina that I desired so much easier, right? I didn't have to go into, like, nightclubs where I was never successful at getting trim in any case. All the counterfeit money that I made, like I spent more time working on making like serviceable counterfeit money. I could have just worked at a McDonald's and made the same amount of money, really and truly there. And if you add in all the time that you spend worrying about it and so forth, it really just is a waste of time. Like a lot of the sad thing about a lot of criminal activity, like if you think about selling cocaine, right? Selling cocaine is supposed to be very lucrative. But when you go in and actually analyze like how a trap house works, and this is absolutely my experience in trap houses, nobody there is making any fucking money, right? It's split so many different ways. You got to pay the lookout, you got to pay this, you got to pay that. You're always getting raided by the cops. It's just so much more expensive to sell cocaine because literally there's just like 1 or 2 guys at the very top that are making a lot of money. Like mid-level guys are making like an okay salary. Some dude has gold-plated deagles at the very top. But most of the foot soldiers aren't making minimum wage. They could literally be working at McDonald's and be doing better and not wind up in prison. So you're starting a plug next year. Nigga, so George Washington, like, I will tell you right now, you have no business in a life of crime. And this is just my analysis from reading your chat. Maybe you're very different, IRL, but I've been reading your chat for a while. And you are like way too unsteady to be involved in crime. Like you're going on crazy binges, you're emotionally unstable, like you aren't cut out to be a criminal. And I give this advice like very frequently. And I'm just old now. I've seen this shit go down a bunch of different times. I have friends who are like very successful criminals, and those people you would never in a million years think that they were involved in crime because they're so put together and they're so polite and so discreet and so forth. They're not flashy, right? They don't drive fancy cars. Anytime that you see something that is fancy that they have, it is like they have taken you aside and like, hey, check this out, and you're the only person that they've showed to, right? Because that's what it takes to be a successful criminal is incredible restraint, and more restraint than I have. Like that's why I don't do serious crime. I like to think about it. Like I like to think that it's a fallback if I win whatever. But for the most part, yeah, I don't have that level of discipline, right? And the other thing is like you're continually paying a price and looking over your shoulder and like worrying that the feds are gonna like. There are so many sleepless nights when you're involved in like some serious criminal activity, and even low-level shit will give you an ulcer. It's not worth it for the most part. Now, like if you're like struggling against an evil empire or fighting for like a political cause that you believe in, that's a different story, right? But anyhow, that's my advice to you: get the fuck out of crime, because you're just gonna wind up in jail. I can tell you right now. Like my honest appraisal. Just work a fucking job. Even if your situation is desperate right now, in like 2 years it won't be. You know what I mean? You just like put your head down and work towards what you want. Yeah, so I study a lot of criminology. Still, I should learn more. Every time I involve myself in shit like this, I get paranoid, but I get used to it. I told you, like that paranoia is there. Essentially, if you're like dead set working on fixing, buying, and selling, see, that's better. That's like much better. Like if you have mechanical aptitude or whatever there. One exception to this rule is if you have a friend involved in drug distribution that you absolutely, positively trust with your life. And the only time you should do that is essentially if you have some leverage over them that is unshakable, or you've known them since you were like a small child and you're 100% that guy would not sell you out to save himself. And I know 2 people like that on the earth, literally like 2 people on this earth that I believe are that way. And one of them I'm not 100% on anymore. But if you know somebody like that who is involved in distribution, then you can grow or manufacture and sell to that one person. But they also have to be aware that you will murder them if they sell you out. And like, do you want that in your life? Do you want to put that leverage on like the one good relationship that you have in your life? So I should just go. I mean, like I'm talking like I'm some big criminal conspiracy wheel. I'm just around these people. So it should only be one person yourself, never involve anyone. But you can't sell drugs without involving other people, right? You can't steal shit without involving other people. You can't even like rip people off cryptocurrency wise without involving other people. Like the only like pure nobody else involved type thing is probably scamming people for Bitcoin, and then there's like a perfect record of where it all went and everything. So and maybe some types of blackmail you can get away with it on your own. But if you get into like blackmailing, you will soon find that you wish you had some motherfuckers that had your back. It's just, every human being is linked to other human beings, and we're intensely curious about each other. Like people will find you the fuck out. Nobody is isolated. And there's no criminal activity that occurs in a vacuum for the most part, because like those things aren't crimes. So yeah, inevitably you will be caught, and inevitably you will be betrayed. So it's not fucking worth it for the most part. I mean, it's fun. Like there are some people that need that kind of adrenaline in their life, and they just have to do it. But man, if you can get by without doing that life of crime, you'll probably be happier. This is just my experience from observing my IRC channel, where a lot of people have gone to federal fuck you in the ass prison. I think it's fair to say that I've had a lot of exposure to people doing this, and I also have exposure to people who had the option to get involved in those criminal things, and they were like, "Nah, you know what? No, I'm good, right?" And I've seen the outcomes for both of those people there because I like interesting people. I'll talk to fucking anybody. So if you're like that, you'll get to see a big slice of what's going on. Anyhow, speaking of thieves and fools, we got to get to this chapter. Yet after 2 days of scouring the docks, she had nothing. Still, after 2 days of scouring the docks, El Shalah had nothing. No clues, no sense the men she interrogated were holding back. With her reputation and Revel at her side, she should have found something by now. Thieves were fools, but this one hadn't slipped up yet. Aras Ward hadn't killed him, nor had Revel's dagger. What's that? What if the boy never showed his face again? What if the boy never showed his face again? What if he'd already boarded a ship? What if he'd been one of the Mad Prince's men? What would Aras say? Uh, let's see. I will stay safe. I also hang around people like that, and I learn a bit, but not a lot yet. Got a network yet. Are you gonna listen to him, George? I think honestly, this editing stream has been a slightly positive influence on the life of George Washington because he's been here for like several different books. He's usually awake at the time where we're doing the streaming, but yeah, hopefully somehow, but you never know. Honestly. Oh, big Jira right there. Thank you so much. Once again, Jira, for that mixer. Never forget. And I might have a surprise coming up for you tomorrow. Maybe. We'll see. But it wouldn't be the show that we talked about, though. I need some time to prepare that. Although I did think that was a good idea. But yeah, I was watching Jira's stream the other day of him brushing a cat in his driveway. And it was some of the greatest Kino I had ever seen. That cat was like so stoked. It was just like, big Jira. All right, what do we got here? El Shalah shriveled from the thought. Hmm. Here's the thing with cringe. Cringe, unfortunately, cringe used to be like a good word, right? But unfortunately, it's totally been co-opted. Like every other word that comes out of the mouth of children from ages of 7 to 17, I want to say, literally like every other sentence that they speak has the word cringe in it. We can no longer use cringe. They've just ruined it, the word. It'd be like if I was saying yeet or something like that. Is that played out at this point? So no can do. Yeah. I mean, as we're writing, that'll wear off in like 20 years. It's a little bit faster now. Like 5 or 6 years from now, you'll be able to use the word cringe again. Like now you can use the word awkward again, and awkward became very played out or whatever. But mainly, like when I think about words like that, I'm thinking about the year that it will be released. What will just knock the reader right out of the story. And also, I like shriveled a little better than cringe there, because it's just like a little bit more intense. Her not wanting her father to find out that she was fucking some dude in his bed, um, is one of the driving motivators for this story. So I want that fear to be pretty strong in her. That fear fueled her through 2 miserable days of pouring rain. That fear fueled her through 2 miserable days of pouring rain, garbage strewn alleys, and wine sink after reeking wine sink. I think wine sink. Yeah. That fear fueled her through 2 miserable days of pouring rain, reeking alleys, and wine sink after wine sink. For endless hours. Mm-hmm. This is a crazy sentence right here. Are you just cringing at that sentence? Endless hours of interrogating the numberless denizens. Endless hours interrogating the innumerable denizens of the filthy waterfront shantytown. All for nothing. So many scars. So many scars, pock cheeks, missing. I like this line. So many scars, pock cheeks, missing teeth, warts, carbuncles, and plague marks. Yo, I got Napster here watching you. Oh shit. I imagine writing something like this was more painting with a pen than something to be thought out strategically. They're kind of doing both. Well, like eventually getting into like the painting with a pen thing is something that you can do in like very short stories for the most part. But for longer narratives, there has to be a structure kind of driving everything forward. And everybody learns the first part. They learn like rich, evocative language and all that. That's the first thing that people gravitate towards because that's like the fun part of writing. But nobody reads that. Like nobody. It's just like discovering masturbation, you know, and like it's like amazing, but it's just for you. Um, And the actual like graduating into intercourse is where you're cognizant of the fact that there is a reader on the other end of it, and that they need to get something out of it too. And to get where they're going, they need you to do certain things, and like you have to hit certain notes and touch certain spots and so forth. And like I've said this before, but almost ubiquitously, people's first novels are unpublishable because they haven't learned that yet. Everybody writes their first novel for themselves. It doesn't do well, and they think about it and they're like, "Well, am I really giving people what they need?" And it's a stupid but apt metaphor. I, honestly, like, you can just make anything a metaphor for fucking because it's like the entirety of what we are revolves around it. But in this case, you got to get that reader off. Um, yeah, like, yeah. R.I.P. John McAfee. What's my experience with LSD or shrooms? Does it improve your creativity? If you're older than 25, no. Yeah. In general, like if you want to actually get, and I can only really speak on writing. I'm not skilled at music or art really. But in terms of writing, like you want the clearest mind state possible. Like I don't smoke marijuana, and I very seldom drink because both of those things make it difficult for you to write well. A clear mind is absolutely pivotal to like good writing. Now, like some early experiences with LSD and so forth are super useful and like giving you like new perspective and so forth, but you pay a price. In that shit jumbles up your brain pretty hardcore, and it takes a while to put it back together. Um, and like if you're younger, like doing tons of drugs, you will fall short of your true potential for intellectual development. But it might have been that you were never going to get there anyway because you were too uptight. So it's really a damned if you do. But in general, um, drugs do much more harm than they provide good. And like a lot of people are like looking for an excuse to get high as fuck, but in terms of writing, it won't help you. Um, like coming up with good creative ideas that other people are interested in is something that takes like a lot of time and experience to know like which ones are solid and worth pursuing and so forth. So I'm not a huge fan. Most of the people I see who are like, yeah, I'm gonna do this and be really creative, nothing, nothing comes of it. Um, there are there are like very very few books where like obviously drugs have been like a powerful and positive influence on it, like things like One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest or Naked Lunch and so forth. But what you do not see are there for every one of those books there are 10,000 where the author was just buried under like their drug addiction. And what you don't see also was that like it took a serious fucking editor to make One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest into a good book, right? It took tons of work for another person to turn like Jack Kerouac's methamphetamine ramblings into something useful. As much as like, oh yeah, I wrote the whole thing, I didn't edit anything. That's not true. So I don't know. Does LSD cause brain damage? It definitely changes some shit in your brain. Like if you've taken it, like there's no doubt in your mind that it changes shit up, and some of it is in a permanent way. Um, and I don't have science to back that up or whatever. I'm just telling you, like I've taken a ton of acid, and it changes you. in like a meaningful way, and you can like a few days after you can feel like, oh shit, like a lot of things have been rewired, um, and just everything has an impact. Like you can smoke a ton of weed, but that shit changes you for the most part, and generally not for the better, with a few exceptions of people who had significant rage problems or significant anxiety problems where it was improved. But for the most part, like I see most of the people I see smoking a ton of weed, it makes like the problems they already had worse for the most part. Ugh. Anyhow, I'm not trying to be like Johnny Straight Edge here. I like a good drink now and then, and I enjoyed like once a year or so smoking some pot in Amsterdam. Um, but to me, writing is like so much. I'm like so much higher doing this than I ever get like drinking or whatever. So gonna find LSD to when I find a source. Also, we'll test the LSD to make sure it's a good batch. Honestly, like my personal advice with that is just stick with mushrooms for the most part. Um, Both mescaline and LSD, and to a limited extent peyote, are much more um, traumatic experiences than like a lot of people would have you believe. Like you pay a dire price to take that, and as soon as like it starts to kick in, you're like very aware, like, oh, I've made a decision that I can't get out of for 12 to 24 hours, and you really can't. There's no escape, um, and it can go horribly wrong, and generally and it can go tremendously right too, but it's about 50-50 in my experience. And like taking mushrooms, like a whole different ball game. Like I'd say 90% of those experiences will be positive. And like honestly, if you're super into like, oh, I want to go to a different world and like have a totally different experience, LSD isn't the trick anyway. You just want to take DMT, um, and that's like an hour. You can do anything for an hour. So, uh, but yeah, in general, you should be at a better place in life before you start fucking around with all these drugs. Because like when you don't have your shit together and everything, a lot of your headspace is in like, oh man, like am I going to pay that fucking check and so forth. All those specters at the back of your mind, you're going to have to confront them. But anyhow, we're getting always like get me so far off track. A Bexian snake temple. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because like we do crooked staves, because like just in my mind when I'm visualizing this, I'm like, probably the staffs are in the shape of snakes. Ooh. Mm-hmm. All right, so let's. There's a serious page right here. El Shalah shriveled from the thought of trying to explain what she'd been doing in Aras's bedchamber. That fear fueled her through 2 miserable days of pouring rain, reeking alleys, and wine sink after wine sink. Endless hours interrogating the innumerable denizens of the filthy water. Mm-hmm. She spent endless hours interrogating the innumerable denizens of the filthy waterfront shantytown. It was all for nothing. Let's stick with all for nothing. Type Ben. Where's Bean? El Shalah shriveled from the thought of trying to explain what she'd been doing in Aras's bedchamber. That fear fueled her through 2 miserable days of pouring rain, reeking alleys, and wine sink after wine sink. She spent endless hours interrogating the innumerable denizens of the filthy waterfront shantytown. All for nothing. So many scars, pocked cheeks, missing teeth, warts, carbuncles, and plague marks. Oh, there should be a comma there. They'd begun to blend together. They began to blend together. She could not tell the faces apart or one dive from another. This is like a great montage scene that we got there. Was this a brothel or a bar? A gambling den or a cane house? Revel was beating... I like that. The man Revel attacked. The man Revel attacked was a penitent who'd taken a vow of silence. Oh, I like that little shift. Was beating a man off who refused to talk. I very seldom, when you're beating a man off, will he refuse to talk. It's like, I'll never tell you. Oh, that is, yeah, that's my thing right there. Oof. Well, strapped to a fucking chair, being grilled for information. Well, that's what I'm going to be doing tonight. Good God. I just put that in my grinder. Oh yeah, I gave up on the street read. I just couldn't keep up with it. I'm lazy. I should take those down. Hmm. Yeah, I should really go through the Zagzy Wisey channel and then take down. One of the books should include 777 Emerson Street as a location. We'll do an on if we get the van. I'll do an on-site at 777 Emerson Street. I promise. They kept searching, long past the point where it made any sense to continue. El Shala and Revel V. Ramos kept searching, long past the point where it made any sense to continue. They began revisiting the same haunts, half from desperation, half because they forgot they'd already been there. Well, there you go. There's your first edit point, Napalm Dreaming. Craigslist load. Oh, yeah, yeah. Boom. Now you're in the book. There's no escape. I won't put your name in the book if you don't want it there, by the way. Just let me know. But most people want it. Finally. Then a man spoke up. Yeah, I seen him. Got your glowing magic ball one night. Oh, it's Milkness right there. All right, let me, yeah. I should have guessed. God, Milkness. Oh, yeah, yeah, we wouldn't send somebody to, like, we wouldn't send people to somebody's house that I hated. Like, yeah, if I have an enemy or whatever, like, you will never hear anything about it on IRC. Yeah. Real G's move in silence, like the victims of domestic violence. Mm. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen him. Mm-hmm. I'm trying to figure out what was going on the entire show. Oh yeah, yeah. So that's like an old fucking bit. People did that like one day. They just started like posting my number in like men's rooms and like all over the place. Their idea was just I would get flooded with calls and be like upset and outraged. But really, like I will talk to anybody. I like callers. So I would just like talk with these people and started like giving them intensely like fanciful like excuses for why they couldn't have the item, and people would still want to come anyway. Like I remember, like the first one was somebody posted that I had like a 5 gallon water bottle full of pennies, right? And people called up for it, and I remember explaining to the guys like, yeah, so I've got these pennies, but they, this jug was in my dad's office, and he was a researcher at Los Alamos, and I just found like he died, and I used to try and keep birds in his office, and they kept dying, and later I just realized that the coins were all radioactive, so like before I give them away, I just want to warn you, they're significantly radioactive, and people still wanted to get the coins. So they were like, so I'm just like, okay, well, I live in the Bronx, have fun, and just send them to some address in the Bronx where they were raped and murdered. Um, yeah, yeah. So it's just like a long running. That gimmick has been running for like 15 years, and just people love posting those ads and stuff like that. I never post ads myself. I try not to get anybody hurt or whatever. But to me, it's just kind of funny that I just come up with like increasingly ridiculous scenarios for these people, and their greed for free shit overpowers their reason. And I always like that as a trope. I think it says a lot about people and a lot about me too. That I'm just like, all right, well, have fun. And the other part of it is that continue the prank calls and post compilation. I don't want to bother people. Is the other part of it. Like the other part is it's important to me that these people are calling me, not me calling and harassing them. There are a few people where definitely like we could pursue it, but I just don't want to be that person, to tell you the truth. And yeah, it's always been kind of fun to me. I just like making up crazy shit and seeing how far I can push it, and people will still believe that a thing is going on there. Like we had a few of them last week, and sometimes it is just super mean. But mm, uh, you know, what can I say? I like it. I enjoy the whole fucking thing. Um, yeah, I've seen him. Came in here with a glowing magic ball. Took a dagger through the shoulder. Got dusted for it. High ones forbid. I don't know how he took it. Thought he was just a little fairy. Thought he was a little fairy, but he took that dust just like a man. You got coin? All right, so this is going to be Stirs the Hook. Throughout the story, Stirs the Hook will be consistently using like this kind of uh, like slangy whatever. Yeah, seen him. Got stuck in the shoulder. All right, let me take out the little fairy thing. Um, so someone from the other place began listening to that current show, and the PTSD combo really drew her in, and she suffered from it. Um, she could not tell it was a joke until I told her to keep listening and see what she thinks around the time of the flaming dog rescue at the Twin Towers and seeing Satan's face in a column of flaming jet fuel and so forth. And that guy still went over there, by the way. He 100%. I like the part where he's like, yeah, it must be God helping me out. I'm like, yeah, God's going to give you exactly what you deserve. So in the context of this story, the healing in this fantasy world is this fucking uh, silvery dust that they pour onto wounds, and then that person suffers like incredible agony. And if they can't take all the pain, they just die. But if you can take the pain, then it will heal your injury. But then there's another price on top of that. Like a lot of the concepts in the story revolve around there being significant prices that you pay for deals. Um, Everything in the story is an exchange, which I really like. I like there being like drawbacks to powers, and I like characters getting twisted by the weapons they wield. That's all like a big part of the yeah, he took it like a man. Hmm. Glowing magic ball. They dusted him. I once forbid. Only a boy, but he took that dust like a man. You got coin? Yeah. And then high ones is bump. Sounds way better. I mean, that's the whole point right there. We take a big part of why. So I'm a huge fan of this editing thing that I've devised, which is where I read aloud each line, and we keep working on the line until it sounds like something people would actually say. Um, One of the gravest offenders in writing from shitty writers is that their dialogue is just like real, like you would never have like blocks of exposition like that. And keep in mind it's a story, but we still want you as you're reading along, when you're sub vocalizing, you can still feel like this isn't nobody would say this, right? Like there's a little play being enacted in your head. So my belief, which may or may not be true, is that as you're reading things aloud, you're engaging a different part of your brain than the sub-vocalizing part when you're writing things down. And the disparity between those two things forces you to confront it in a new light, and you'll find things that just don't sound good to the ear. The other part of it is like a significant number of people will hopefully be reading this as an audiobook, where it very much matters. Like it's very difficult to act out a block of dialogue like we had before, where it's just like the sentences are all disjointed and so forth. So let's read it again. Yeah, I seen him. Had a glowing magic ball he'd swiped. Oh yeah, yeah. All right, so it still needs work, right? Yeah, I seen him. He had this glowing magic ball. Yeah, I seen him. He had this glowing magic ball. Got skewered in the shoulder when he swiped it. Yeah, I seen him. Had this glowing magic ball he'd swiped. Got skewered in the shoulder. They dusted him, I once forbid. Only a boy, but he took that dust like a man. You got coin? Alright, so this he would just be like chilling at a bar. So we got Bruno. Hold on, I can do this. Bruno Ovivo Lizopano. Bruno Olivo Lizopano. How close is that to what you would actually say? Oh. Alright. It's like 3 different names. Bruno Ovivoli. Bruno Ovivola Zopano. So it sounds almost Portuguese to me. Like maybe although like some of that is like Zopano reminds me of like a few spots in Central America. So this is a story about a dungeon crawl. Brazilian? Yeah. Okay, cool. I'm going to be hanging out with a Brazilian girl later tonight. She's gorgeous. Yeah, from São Paulo. But yeah, so this is a story about a bunch of adventurers who journey into a dungeon in search of treasure and make all kinds of deals with devils. So, Portuguese. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I'm trying to pick up a little bit of Portuguese, but it's not easy. I'm too old. I know like a tiny bit of Spanish, but let's see. The buildings were demolished by a controlled demolition. They really weren't. They truly were not. Maybe Building 7, but love that type of a story. Yeah, I'm a big fan of. I like demons and pacts and deals and stuff like that. So yeah, this is indeed an epic fantasy novel. If you're interested, you can go to the website above, zachzyz.com, and if you go here to writing, you can check out some of my other books. They're available on Amazon, but you can also get them for free. This is a fantasy story about a wizard that I wrote. You can just, like, here on the site, like, flip through it page by page. It's gangsta. Hell yeah. This is a good-looking book, by the way. I forgot about that. There's one about some science fiction ones. This is another fantasy one where there's an audiobook. That one's about a piano player. This one's another fantasy one that I wrote. Would I buy Aleister Crowley books? No, Crowley was a fucking kook, dude. I have a few of his books, though. Like his books about the Thoth Tarot are pretty interesting. But Jesus, you gotta have another book just to understand what the fuck he was talking about, right? You gotta understand, like, Crowley was just a guy that said crazy shit to get his dick wet. 100%. It was like magical systems and so forth. He was just trying to impress women and have group sex in Victorian England, and he succeeded beyond his wildest dreams. So, and like honestly, his tarot deck is pretty decent. I hope he got like plenty of trim from Lady Frida Harris, who was the lady who drew the deck for him. But regardless, just keep in mind, like guys that are doing that kind of stuff, there's no like magical whatever there. That guy was just trying to get laid. So I have genuinely good coverage. What do I have right here? I think right in arm's reach is, oh my god, this is a dusty fucking book right here. But here's Gerd Ziegler trying to explain the Thoth Tarot. He's not one of the better books on it right there. And then, all right, what do we got here? So I like that they're within easy reach right here. So here's Aleister Crowley's book right here, The Book of Thoth, right? The Egyptian Tarot. So this is where he just tried to shoehorn a bunch of like alchemy and Egyptian stuff. Early in the history of tarot, people tried to pass it off as having an Egyptian origin because Egypt was popular at the time. Like they were finding like pyramids and it was just like super popular. Zero evidence to suggest that tarot had anything to do with the Kabbalah or whatever. It was just like an Italian game that people made up. And later, they kind of took a bunch of the concepts and like tried to shoehorn them into like the Tree of Life and so forth. So to read and understand this book, the Book of Thoth, you need this book, right? By a guy from the Ordo Tempo Orientis, who is Understanding Aleister Crowley's Thoth Tarot by Lon Milo Duquette, who is an interesting guy. But Just keep in mind, all that stuff, these are people who are trying to get laid by making up stories, right? They're no different than you or I. That's what motivates them, trying to get laid, trying to like touch something of the divine, where they're like, I'm going to pretend in this thing because the real world is like a little much for me at the moment. That's why I'm writing a fantasy story right now. Um, oh yeah, fake whatever. Yeah, like Egyptians are. Love the Egyptian people in general. I'm very talkative, right there. Yeah, yeah. And I wouldn't have a stream if I wasn't willing to talk. A lot of it's the coffee too. Um, and also part of it is just I know I should be working on this thing, and like getting distracted uh, it means that I don't have to work as hard. But I should bear down on it there. El Shalah was so weary she didn't realize Stirs had answered her. She was looking around the bar for her next target and was surprised. Mm-hmm. Let me see. Let me guess. A writer skill was so focused. I asked one question and you abandoned all the work. It's true. It's true. But honestly, like also, it's helpful to have a break in the concentration for this whole thing. And I won't stop doing this until the chapter is finished. Also, so I'm only hurting myself by getting distracted. But yeah, I like to have a little company in the chat there. Without it, it's so depressing to edit novels on your own. Before I started doing these edits online, I would just spend years just putting off doing editing that I really needed to do because I didn't like it. It was lonely and boring. And so now I'm just very fortunate that I can do this online, and some people will keep me company, and I don't feel. And honestly, like I get good suggestions too. Oh yeah, this is. Yeah, I've seen him. I like that better. Oh shit! It's fucking Yellow Hat that they're grilling. Oh yeah, Yellow Hat wouldn't talk that way. Okay, so there's definitely this is a great place to edit. All right, I need to go a little bit further down. Okay, cool. Yeah, I remember him. Mm-hmm. So here's what happened. Originally, this got written. This block of dialogue got written for another character, right? And somewhere in all the editing and stuff that happened, I forgot which character it was written for. So it's written in the voice of Stirs the Hook, and you can see that I like attributed it to Stirs the Hook while I was working on it. But it's actually a character called Yellow Hat. Um, so we call it a magic ball there because it was written for Stirs, who is an oaf, right? Oh yeah. They dusted him. I once forbid. I like that a little bit better. No, I don't like Magic Sphere either. I had to dust him. We had to dust him. There we go. I once forbid. All right, I like that a little bit better. He's not a dimwit. So this character is Yellow Hat the Bard, who is out of the characters who will join the fray. His education level is like on a par with Rebel and El Shala. And probably in terms of the education level of the characters, El Shala will be at the very top. Above her is probably Arath and characters that we'll get into later, like the Dabo and some of the other characters. And then Yellow Hat is going to have a better education than Rebel. So there's like a hierarchy of who knows what in this story, and he's quite good. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's the confusion that we had there. Like this was originally an oaf. I'm gonna give you another point because I think Fancy Magic Ball was it's a little much, and I do want to. I saw him. He'd been stabbed in the shoulder. You had to dust him. I once forbid. Now let's just check out the whole magic ball thing, because remember, Yellow Hat is trying to parlay his information into money, because he is an addict. So he's gonna trot out like a little bit of data, and then I saw him. Sure, I saw him. He'd been stabbed in the shoulder. They had to dust him. I once forbid. Only a boy, but he took that dust like a man. You got any coin? Yeah, I like that better. In fact, let's take out yeah. Got any coin? Got any coin? I'll tell you the rest. Let's make it a deal. You know what I mean? Um, so the concept of this scene is he's like, oh yeah, I'll give you some information for some money, and then Revel's just like shh, pulls a knife and puts it at his throat, and he does not give a fuck. Um, and it's one of the ways where this character is so dissolute that he cares nothing for his own life. He only wants to get high, and that's what we're trying to do here. Got any coin? I'll tell you the rest. And he's friendly here too. He is like talkative, and he. This is much better. Then a caned out wreck of a man spoke up. Sure, I saw him. He'd been stabbed in the shoulder. We had to dust him. I once forbid. Only a boy, but he took that dust like a man. You got any coin? I'll tell you the rest. Like it. Much better. So much better because it's not the wrong fucking character making this little speech. El Shala was so weary she didn't realize Yellow Hat had answered her. She was looking around the bar for her next target, comma. I like replied. Tell me everything you know, Revel demanded. Pay me everything you have. Pay me everything you have, Yellow Hat replied. I like that. I have your life. Yeah. Hmm. Check. Check. Oh, there's like a tiny bit of static coming through on one of our top line. I'll look into it after the edit there. Tell me everything you know, Revel demanded. Sure. Pay me everything you have, Yellowhat replied. Hmm. Unmoved. No, he wouldn't insist there. Yeah, insist is not what we want. Tell me everything you know, Revel demanded. Pay me everything. Let's just do replied, because I think that this is enough. I have your life. I'll sell it to you. For what? For what? Yellowhead asked. He wasn't worried. Mm-hmm. Unmoved, but ooh, I like Gizzard. You like Unmoved? Mm-hmm. Blade is good. Hold on, let me see if we can use Gizzard. I really like that, but uh yeah, it's not actually a gizzard. It sounds good, right? Um, it's a thick-walled, muscular pouch in the lower stomach of many birds and reptiles that grind food. So it's more like guts. So if he like put the knife to his whatever, it sounded so good, right? But hold on, let's check thesaurus for throat. Larynx, yeah, no. You could do blade at his gullet. Yeah, you thought that was sorty. That's why I always check on the whole thing. I always check where there's a word. It sounds so good, but then you're like, oh, yeah, that doesn't make. For what? Yellowhead asked, unmoved by the steel against his gullet. His face and eyes, and his skin and eyes were as yellow as his tattered hat. His skin and eyes were as yellow as his tattered hat. Yeah, we're taking out. Um, so POV wise, the point of view of this scene is El Shalah, right? But I'm taking out that. Uh, let's see, is inner self asks, is Yellow Hat in reference to Gabriel Nassif? I don't know who Gabriel Nassif is, so Uh, French professional car. What does he wear? A yellow hat? Look at this character. Oh, so his nickname is Yellow Hat. Oh my god. I have probably I have a few friends who are, I don't want to dox anybody, but they're MTG judges. They have probably met this motherfucker. So that's my 2 degrees of Gary Busey. Mono red Dragonstorm deck. Okay, top 8. No, it's not a reference to him. Oh, I like Sour Stink a little bit better. So you're going to get a point for that. I did not even know about this character. So Mognus is burning up the... Oh, you already have more points than Spaethiwa, who won 2 stories in a row. He got both. He won in both Lemon Maybe and Grab It. Mm. All right, so this is this guy's namesake weapon. Dick Hook. A dick. Wait, where the fuck? What accent makes deck into dick? Deck hook. A deck hook. Uh, I don't know where that accent comes from, but I do like the idea of Dick Hook. Maybe I should turn. Oh, I would love to change his name into Dick the Hook, but Stirs is all over the book. It would be so much effort. We went into like what his fucking hook is all about earlier in the story too. His life ain't worth a peasant's piss. The bartender growled. 3 feet is almost too long. All right, hold on. So 3 feet is. Let me see here. So that's like. This is 1 foot. That's like. No, that's not too bad. All right, that's 3 feet. That's all right. All right, that works. I was worried about it. Let's see. It's big, but yeah, he's a big dude. But 3 feet is not as bad as I thought it was. So that's in the context of the story, it's going to be like this long, right? That's okay. In my mind, 3 feet was like out to fucking way over here. That's too long, right? Because he's got to carry it with him all throughout this story. Let's see. Yeah. His life ain't worth a peasant's piss, the bartender growled. Stirs the hook drew his namesake from beneath the bar. Oh, no, that's a sex toy. I like that I'm now a prop comedian on my editing stream. At the end of 3 feet of black oak. There we go. A wicked steel hook glinted at the end of a 3-foot black oak rod. There we go. His life ain't worth a peasant's piss, the bartender growled. Stirs the hook drew his namesake from beneath the bar. A wicked steel hook glinted at the end of a 3-foot rod of black oak. I like this. Might be. Yours ain't either. Might be yours ain't either. Because he's like kind of, his life ain't worth a peasant's piss. Might be yours ain't either. It's like, it goes like, might be yours ain't either. It's a real fucking Clint Eastwood type, faggy little situation right there. Might be yours ain't either. Yeah. Stir stomped around the bar. He stomped around the bar, headed straight for Revel. Oh, yeah, I'm a fucking pro. Might be. Yours ain't either, Stirs continued. I like this. Stir is batted him aside. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So yeah, this is like a. Let me take. Like to refer to stirs the hook as a few times. Let's pause for 20 seconds. Oh, not 20 seconds. Give me a minute, and I'll be right back. Let's see there. All right, there. Mm-hmm. Let's have him leap over the bar. Yeah, yeah. Well, he has to do like a fair bit of acrobatics throughout the story. This is a good place to establish that. Yeah, he's the type of guy who will just jump over a fucking bar. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. Big men don't bound. Hmm. This one does. Stirs bounded over the bar, hook in hand. The floorboards jump beneath his weight. Mm-hmm. At once he rushed Revel. He rushed Revel at once, heedless of the knife at Yellow Hat's throat. All right, there we go. Let's include the bard a little bit earlier. Ba, 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 ba. Mm-hmm. The Bears. Steam towards. Nah, I don't want to. Steam's not the right word there. I get what you're saying though. Eh, maybe charged would be better. Yeah. He charged, heedless of the knife at Yellow Hat's throat. Hmm. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's like um, Stir is bounded over the bar, hook in hand. The floorboards jump beneath his weight. Let's take out hook in hand. Stir is bounded over the bar, and the floorboards jump beneath his weight. Hook in hand, he charged, heedless of the knife at Yellowhat's throat. Revel shoved Yellowhat backward into Stir's path. Stirs batted the bard aside as if he were made in. Oh, yeah. To slow him, Revel shoved Yellowhead backward into Stir's path. Oh, there's no comma there. Mm-hmm. I do like the bartender batted the bard. You shouldn't do it, but I'm going to do it. The bartender batted the bard aside as if he were made of straw. Before Revel could draw his sword, Stirs lunged. Look at all the work. Every single, and this is something that I anticipate, but every single spot throughout this entire 700-page novel where there is combat or there's action will wind up rewriting it. And the thing is that like more the two places where you will almost always have to rewrite are dialogue always gets rewritten a little bit just because naturally most people don't write good dialogue and it always benefits from like a few different passes and action. It may just be me, but usually when I write action it's unclear because I've got a good picture of it in my mind when I'm writing it, but examining it from the viewpoint of a reader, there's many places where you can shave off words for clarity, or where it's not clear who the object is or the actor, and so forth. So almost always where we have fighting or action, and almost always where we have dialogue, both of those are going to get rewritten as we're doing through this edit. I'm glad that we. Mm-hmm. Oh, semicolon. No, we're not. We're not gonna. Yeah, it's not good. It's still in like a nascent form, but you're absolutely right. Those are two. Mm-hmm. Stirs was deceptively fast for such a big man. Let's do this. Mm-hmm. For a big man, Stirs was deceptively fast. The hook was a blink away from ripping Revel's throat out. Luckily, Fish had caught Revel like that several times. Oh yeah, this is fucking. It's such like a word salad. Mm. Yeah, yeah. Like we really just have to think like how much information do we want to convey? Because it's supposed to be like a thrilling scene. Like this guy almost gets his throat. So he's doing this. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we just got to cut all this horse shit. Really. Well, let's make sure that a Haft is right there. Because Haft is what I want, but Haft. Tail, fundament, shank. Oh, I like shank. Oh, yeah. Oh, Haft is handle. Yeah. mm. Oh, I did cut that. For a big man, Stirs was deceptively fast. The hook was a blink away from ripping Revel's throat out. Revel pulled back just in time and feinted forward. Swore fight. Yeah. I like that. I like the moment where Stirs is like, "Oh, fuck," because Stirs is about to get stabbed. I don't want to spoil it for you, but he pays the iron price for. Stirs knew he'd screwed up. Stirs saw he'd screwed up. We could do an at once there, right? I'm leery of introducing them. Rebel used the tempo to draw his sword. Revel spent the tempo to draw his sword. Stirs knew. I'm fine just. Stirs knew he'd screwed up. He backed away, positioning a table between them. He knew he couldn't win a sword fight with a deck hook. I changed my mind. He's all yours, Stirs offered. The revel's blood was up. He circled the table, cheeks red with rage. The revel's blood was up. He circled the table, cheeks red with rage. Stirs kept sidestepping. Revel moved left, then right, and Sturge edged the other way each time. Mm-hmm. Mm, I wonder if we should make Stirs left-handed. Let's have Yellow Hat be the lefty. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I do like Bellow there. Although, like, if you just get a knife shoved in you, it's not like, ah, you don't feel it at first. It's more like, Mm-hmm. Cool. It's a foot of steel. You ain't gonna you ain't gonna just gasp at that. Yeah. Also, he has a rapier, by the way. So when you're thinking about this, you're thinking about um, a rapier is like that, right? But long. Um, it's like a fencing. It's like a little bit thicker than like a saber. Um, let's rapier. Okay, so it's something like this, like the Indigo Montoya type sword, right? So that's what he's getting stuck with. So it's a little bit more of a needle wound than like he just shoved a fucking longsword through this dude. Oh, that's such a gangster sword. My name is Indigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to diet. it's, it's like a he's like looking at a bag of sugar. His dad died of diabetes. That's why he's like he went from like a six-fingered man down to a five-fingered, down to a four-fingered as they got amputated. Hmm. Toledo Salamanca. Oh yeah, that's a Toledo steel. Let's just make that suddenly. I don't like in a flash there. Suddenly, Revel leapt onto the tabletop and shoved the foot of steel through Stirr's shoulder. Ooh. Mm. Mm. Oh Lord, what do they call the like beams that are in the middle of how often do I do this? I do this every day. Yeah. Uh, pushing a foot of no, I want shoved. I want all those S's. He shoved a foot of steel through Stirr's shoulder. Do I use throat sprays and such to keep my throat from being damaged from all the talking? I can feel like a little bit of whatever after about 4 hours of talking. But keep in mind, I like talk on the radio every week, and yeah, I just do a tremendous amount of talking in general. But yeah, like at the end of like 3 or 4 hours of this, I'll feel like a little froggy, but I just fuck it. Um, hmm Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Like I'm on top of it. Fuck! Stirrus bellowed. Revel rose to his feet with his rapier in hand. All right, so let's go back here. Actually, hold on. Let's push forward a little bit, and then we're gonna go back and work on that a little bit more. Revel rose to his feet with his rapier in hand. He was ready to finish the job. Enough! El Shalah cried out. Revel hesitated. With his bloody good hand, Sturz picked up a bar stool. I like the idea of him picking up a bar stool in his bloody hand, but I love that line. Holy shit! Oh my god. Uh, this one. Who's the cunt? Oh. Enough! El Shalah cried out. Revel hesitated. With his bloody hand, Sturz lifted a bar stool. Sturz! Enough! El Shalah shouted. Surprised by his name, Sturz the Hook squinted at El Shalah. Who's the cunt? He asked. Mm-hmm. Charming. You met me once with my father. He told you to stay out of Shaitan's place. Arath? What the fuck does he want from me? I've seen that asked about me many times over the years. I get that sometimes too when I'm in Australia or New Zealand. I love that shit. And quite a few times in England too, as I recall. But I digress. Startled to hear it. Startled's too much. I think surprised by his name is better. Stirs grew paler. Arath? The fuck does he want from me? I never went back there. I don't fuck with Arath. Oh shit. You're the girl. His apprentice. Mm-hmm. Getting stoned and earnest. I just tried to scroll up the YouTube window so I could read your book further to check something like I had access to the goddamn WordPad or whatever. I know, it's a pain in the ass. I've thought about at some point using some kind of like collaborative whatever where people could go back and forth. There are a few people that I like trust enough where I could give them like read-only access to the document. You can do that through like iCloud because everything is working in Pages. Intoned is not quite right, but cursed I like a little bit better there. Like, mm-hmm. No. Shit. Shit, Stir stammered. He groped behind his back. Uh, mm-hmm. Remember Sin City was listing the equipment he'll be using on the yellow fucker that eats women alive? Final kit. And my mitts. Ah. Sin City was so good. I haven't seen the subsequent one that they made. I heard it was like real shitty. But the first one, oh, amazing. Love it there. Like where she just shacks up with like the biggest, meanest dude that she can. Hell yeah. I like he's kind of having like a McNulty moment right here. McNulty bunk, you know that fuck. Hmm. Who took the orb? Oh, shall I ask? The boy. Halfgang's whipping boy. Yeah, let's check that out. Herkimer Halfgang? Herkimer Halfking? Surprised that wretched little pimp is still alive. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the character is literally a pimp. So the story is that Rigel, the thief that like stole this magic orb, was stealing it to buy freedom for himself, his mother, and his sister, who were essentially like slaves of Herkimer Halfking, and he was pimping out the protagonists, like mother and sister. And then when he freed them, they were just like, "No, let's just keep hooking." Yeah, it is indeed Rigel like the star. Mm-hmm. He ain't. Boy killed him. Just about beheaded him while he was asleep. Listen, I'm hurt bad. I need help. Listen, I'm hurt bad. I need help. Stirs hissed. Hmm. Let's see. Okay, cool. Hold on. Stirs couldn't even say the word dust. The pain got worse every time. He grabbed a rag from the bar, doused it in liquor, and slumped into a chair. He shut his eyes tight and hissed through his teeth. So I just want to hammer in the fact that this guy just got jabbed in the fucking arm, and I feel like a lot of the dialogue, as it was previously written, didn't respect the fact that this guy just had this is a serious wound, and he's gonna die, and then his eyes were watering. Who took the orb? The boy. Half King's whipping boy. Um, and sucked air through his teeth. So there we can use hiss. So I make that sucking air because also when you that's what you do. You don't hiss is like an outside motion. They're both are synonymous, but generally hissing is air flowing out more than it's air flowing in. You can use hiss for, but it's like more like a sharp intake of breath. The boy, Half King's whipping boy, stirs hiss. His eyes were watering. His eyes watered. Herkimer Half King? I can't believe that wretched little pimp is still alive. He ain't. Boy killed him. Boy killed him. Almost cut his fucking head off. Listen, I'm hurt bad. I need help. I can see that. I can see that. Name's Rigel. Weedy little shit. Black hair, brown eyes. Short. Why is Stirs going to die? I'm trying to win something. Oh yeah, yeah. No, if you get an edit that I accept, tell me so that I can get a point. Sometimes I lose track of the whole thing. Um, so the reason why Stirs is worried about this, it's a puncture wound that has gone through him, right? Uh, and this is a time where there's no antibiotics, right? Anything that goes through you, like any kind of double-sided wound, that shit will fuck you up like real bad. Like anything that punches through you is about, there's two infection points essentially, and they're in a squalid and filthy thing. So infection is like a very real worry. This whole thing, well, you're getting the points anyway, because like you're already on the leaderboard. So, but yeah, like definitely call attention if I accept an edit from you. Speak up so that I can give you the point. Yeah, yeah. So it's gone through his shoulder. That's where he's like going to the other side, like, oh fuck, it went through. He's worried, right? He's very worried because he knows he's in terrible danger. That's why he's doing like this number with like the rum, and it's not going to be enough. Yeah, yeah. Name's Rigel. Weedy little shit. Black hair, brown eyes, short. Watch is looking for him. Probably want to give the little bastard a medal. The uncles want him too. You owe me for my broke chairs and my shoulder. That's something for your throat, Rigel piped up. The uncles. Oh yeah. So in this world, in this particular city of Laz, there's like a everybody is essentially born into debt in the city, and the people that you owe money to are colloquially referred to as your uncles, In this, we're going to get into that in a tiny bit here. Oh yeah, Rigel indeed did not pop up. I would have caught that, but you're going to get a point. It was Revel. And confusion between, we probably have to rename either Revel or Rigel because the names are pretty close to each other. But for, let's see. But I digress. They sound like a pedo guild. It's more about debt than pedophiles. Uncles is like a very Americanized understanding of like creepy uncles. Um, his name's Rigel. Weedy little shit. Black hair, brown eyes, short. Watch is looking for him. See, this is like good humor, but it doesn't fit there. This is my bar now. You owe me for my broke chairs. You owe me for my broke chairs and table. I want something for my shoulder. How about something for your throat? Revel piped up. There's not really a good non. Hold on, that's fine. What is this in Spanish? It was like Nunez de Adam, Tefat Adam. What is it in Latin? Diana Pomo de Adam. Yeah, everybody calls it an Adam's apple. Adam pupillum scriptor. You could call it a larynx. Laryngeal bulge. Yeah, see, like none of these are exactly what you want. Revel is mean. Stores gets more adorable throughout the, the course of the story. Uh, 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 uh. Just like as a note, there is a lot of love lavished on Yellow Hat and Stirs throughout the story. They really are tremendous ruffians throughout. Yeah, that's exactly. Lauren, I'm missing a fucking word. Hold on. Let's look at a. So sometimes you do this with like a when a word doesn't quite fit. Let's just make sure that there's not a better fucking term in a different language that we could potentially use. Oh yeah, that ain't it. Larynge. Alanjada. Let's try Espanol. Larynge. My last chance is French here. Yeah, we're Le Larynx. How the fuck do you even say larynx?
Larynx.
Larynx. All right, this is like Sphinx. Yeah, I can't use vocal folds. How long have we been doing this for? Hold on. It's 4 hours. I've been working on this thing. That's what it takes, man. I wonder how far we are from getting through this chapter, because I can already tell we're going to have to do another pass. The Watch are looking for him. The Watch are out for him. Oh, that doesn't... The Watch want him. Uncles want him too. You know how it goes. This is my bar now. How it works down here, you stupid fucking shant. How about something for your throat? Revel piped up. Where did I learn shant from? I don't know. Like, it was definitely in a book that I had used. It's just like a very... I think a lot of people have done this whole thing. All right, let me get rid of this idiot. God, that guy is so fucking obsessed. Like, I'm sure you get him in Pound Philo all the time too, but just QPT has just been spurging so hard for so long. Nobody cares. Um, El Shalah took a silver coin and a packet of black waxed paper. Black waxed paper from a pouch on her belt. Stirs looked at both. I can just kill him. We don't know this. Why pay him? I can just kill him. Revel protested. Why pay him? I can just kill him, Revel protested. El Shalah stared at Revel, exasperated. Stirs, how many men do you owe money to? Stirs, how many men do you owe money? Nah. Sorta lost count, miss. I just pay whoever comes with knifemen. I just pay whoever comes after me with tufts. Oh, I don't like that. Yeah, let's do that. Mm-hmm. Let me see. Is Revel meant to have honor? No, he's meant to. He's meant to be like not quite Lord Bolton or Ramsay Bolton or whatever. Not quite that far, but a little bit of that like sociopathic noblewoman type nobleman. But why pay him? Just let him rot. Revel protested. Let him die, Revel protested. Why pay him? He almost killed me. Let him die, Revel protested. So this is, um, yeah, like napalm, Yeah, I'm gonna give you one there. So also, Revel is one of the characters that we're trying to tune up because he's not sympathetic at all. And this is a good spot to think about, like how can we make him like a little. Just let him die. Revel protested. He almost killed me. Why are you paying him? Revel protested. El Shallan glared at Revel, then turned back to Stirs the Hook. Stirs, how many men do you owe money? Sort of lost count, miss. I just pay whoever comes after me with tufts. Mm-hmm. I just pay whoever comes after me with leg. I just pay whoever sends men after me. I've been meaning to get it all sorted out. Roughly, El Shallah prodded. Better than 20. Less than 40. I hope to the Most High. It's a miracle you're still breathing, you oaf. Now I can't believe you're still alive. Revel, if you kill Stirs, those better than 20 still need to collect. And you're the one they'll cut. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Now I can't. Now I can't believe you're still alive. Uh, I can't believe you're still alive either. Rebel, if you kill Stirs, those 20 uncles still want their money. You're the one they'll try to collect from, you stupid shant. How am I a shant and you're not? Arath is every bit as rich as your father. Arath is richer than the Duke. Mm-hmm. The glare at Rebel implies more emotional. I mean, they are fucking. You know, they are lovers. And she is exasperated with him. So I'd like, yeah. Well, to be exasperated with somebody, you have to be emotionally invested in them. You have to like expect something other than what they do. So, how am I a Shanton? You're not. How am I a Shant? Arath is richer than the. How am I a Shant? Your father's richer than mine. How am I the Shant? Arath is richer than my father. How am I the Shant? Your father's richer than mine. Shant don't even know why he's a Shant. Heartbreaking. Give me the stuff. Stirs grunted. Mm-hmm. I had no idea. That's who she's fucking. Yeah, the two are fucking. I mean, you missed, the first 4 or 5 chapters where all this is set up. But the relationship between I mean, the fact that you even suggested it means that we're doing okay with conveying some of the relationship between the two of them through the text. Not yet. Mm-hmm. Shant don't even know why he's a Shant. Heartbreaking. Give me the stuff, Stirs demanded. Not yet. I need to know more before we dust you. This might be the one that kills you. Oshala said. Don't you think I know that, you bitch? I told you every fucking thing I know. Nobody knows where the boy is. I do, Yellow Hat said. Hmm. I'm about tapped out. My eyes are turning square, and I need some music. Yeah, honestly, like I'm going for like a long time myself. I want to finish the chapter though. Oh, yeah. Yeah, good luck. Yeah, thanks for your assistance in there. I appreciate the company during this long and lonely edit right here. We're making good progress on this chapter. Holy shit, I'm actually getting through a bunch of pages today. I like the truly right there. Lord have mercy. Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, I'm too tired to edit more. Well, we did a valiant attempt right here. It's a lot of words that we went through this morning. It's a long ass chapter. It's much more closer to what we need to do, by the way. So we went through 1,889 words. So day 12. And I think we spent like 5 or 6 hours on this. God, Lord have mercy. Oh, 4 hours and 20 minutes. Okay, well, that's all that one man can do today. All right, so thank you to everybody who tuned in to this epic fantasy live edit, and I'll be doing this every day until it's done. God. For this one, we'll probably have to take a break after a little bit because I'll just go crazy if I can't write new stories. Yeah, thank you to everybody who took part, and have a wonderful Sunday and an amazing 4th of July. And don't forget, I'm going to start doing a Dungeons and Dragons stream fairly soon. So probably not tomorrow, but maybe next Monday we'll start in on it. I'm going to start working up that campaign. All right, fare thee well.